हरियाणा की पाएगी तो
Good afternoon, sir. Additional Commissioner, sir, then Commissioner Nagpur, CEO from Dhamshala, and all other officials. I welcome you all. We will be starting our program sharp by 3. Please be online. Kumar sir, good
Yes,
afternoon.
sir.
Welcome. And we
Yes,
will
sir.
start
Thank you.
in another few minutes.
Okay, sir. No issue.
Srikant sir from GCDA. We will start. We will start
Okay.
shortly.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Please be online.
कैमरा दिखा नहीं क्या माइक चला आवाज के लिए नहीं आ जाएगी प्रॉब्लम क्या है कमिश्नर
చేయలే దీంట్లో ఏం చేయలేదు అబ్బా వాళ్ళు లింక్ ఇచ్చారు దాంట్లో క్లిక్ చేస్తే ఓపెన్ అయింది అవును
Good afternoon. Our chairperson will be joining shortly. So she asked us to go ahead, start the program. Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of Association of Municipalities and Development Authorities, India, I welcome our chairperson and the members of the NCR Planning Board. The eminent speakers of this today's program, the other officials who joined this webinar right from Dharmashala on the north, down south, up to Nagpur Municipal Commissioner. So all the officials I welcome for the for this webinar. AMDA, Association of Municipalities and Development Authorities, is an institution started 1983. Then we started renaming our organization in 2006. Right from that period onwards, for the almost 40 years, we have been working for the betterment of the municipal authorities and development authorities in India. Our main objective is exchange our best practices, capacity building, advocacy by way of seminars, conferences, workshops, visits, networking of institutions, research and studies. So far, we have conducted about more than 40 training programs, workshops, seminars, and 18 research studies, more than 10 training programs. In recent past, we have conducted webinars. Very recently, Integrated Command Control Center for efficient monitoring of resources, GIS-based master plan, cities and urban flooding, innovative solutions for healthier cities, rejuvenation of water bodies, solid waste management, success story of Surat, all very recent webinars which we have conducted. On the same series, AMDA has planned to conduct various webinars on various important topics. We have started till March 2023. Scheduled programs are there. And as a follow-up of that, today's webinar is going to be on climate change, challenges and mitigation by our ULBs.
With your boss?
Everybody knows climate change is one of the most critical global challenges in our times. Everywhere we have been saying, we have been watching, we have been hearing effects of global climate changes. India also not an exemption. We have been hearing red alerts in the name of red alerts, in the name of orange alerts. Very recently, yesterday, Maharashtra state, and before that, Uttarakhand. Then before that, we have observed Assam. Like that, we have been seeing so many such incidents in recent past. We are all worrying. What is happening? Yes, we know that our cities are all located. Most of the cities are located on vulnerable coastal stretch. We have been told that they are vulnerable to sea level rise, severe windstorm, heavy rainfall often results in intensive floods, which again results in infectious diseases. So extreme heat, changing of rainfall patterns, droughts, rising sea levels, water scarcity, disturbed agricultural produce. All these things in turn affects our livelihoods. Our urban local bodies possess the most updated knowledge on local environment, that population and what is happening in that city limit. So in times of crisis, they are the most accessible authority for our citizens, and hence their role becomes key at this situation, critical situation. So keeping this in mind, we like to have the webinar. AMDA, of course, is a platform for sharing the best practices of our urban local bodies, development authorities in India, and exchange their experiences so that all other urban local bodies or the officials or development authorities get listened, learned, and get benefited. This is the objective. So on that line, we are organizing this webinar today. Our this presentation is going to be from our excellent experts from Nagpur city, Hyderabad city, Delhi case study, Guwahati case study, and we will be hearing from the Waterman of India from Rajasthan and the official from National Institute of Urban Affairs. This is how we have planned. We will start with the Nagpur Municipal Corporation. Our chairperson will be joining at any time, so that is why we wanted to proceed further. Yes, the first presentation is going to be by Municipal Commissioner Dr. Radhakrishnan IAS, Nagpur Municipal Corporation. He is 2008 batch Indian Administrative Service Officer. He has taken charge of Municipal Corporation Nagpur during August 2020. Almost he is completing 2 years over that. Earlier he was the Chief Officer of Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority. Previous to that, he was collector in Ratnagiri district, Nasik, etc. So he has got a vast experience. Nagpur is also known to everybody. This city is exactly located at the center of India. Nagpur is the 13th largest city in India by population and one of the top 10 cities in India in smart city project execution. With this small introduction, I request Dr. Radhakrishnan sir to start his presentation. Subsequently, we will be having other presentations, then discussion timing. Yes, sir. Dr. Radhakrishnan sir. Radhakrishnan sir is there. Connect. Your system is not. Hello, sir. Radhakrishnan sir, Commissioner sir, not yet connected, sir.
Yes, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, the audio is audible, sir. Now it is connected, sir. Please, sir. Please start your presentation, sir.
The presentation is going to be shared by you, sir, or I'm told we have given recently the presentation copy of it.
Yeah, we will be. Otherwise, we will be presenting, sir. You may try.
Yes, please share my presentation.
Yes, sir. Please.
आपने बस presentation है? Okay. इस पे है क्या?
इस पे डाउनलोड कर लो व्हाट्सएप ऑन योर व्हाट्सएप ऑन योर फोन
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it's visible. Yes.
Yes, please.
Check करूँगा.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
First of all, I thank the organizers for giving an opportunity to present our Nagpur Municipal Corporation's efforts which we do in the sphere of climate change. This presentation have many numbers and data. Actually, please ignore that, and I try my best to run it very fast. And I want to focus on certain things which we consciously do it, and which I want to flag it before everyone. Thank you once again. Go to the next slide, yes. Look at Nagpur, Nagpur city. Nagpur city has a population of around 25 lakh, 2.5 million. As per the 2011 census, the population is one of the fastest growing urban agglomeration in central India. If you look at Maharashtra perspective, it is the third largest urban agglomeration. Population of the city, almost 52% of the district. Can you understand the kind of density and the 4% of state GDP is being contributed from Nagpur city, and it is one of the emerging health hub in central India and emerging as a city with a lot of education institutions. Like we recently, IIM, NIUA, so many education institutions are coming up. Next. So if we look at the challenges per se with respect to Nagpur Corporation, in any municipal cities, like these are the sectors on which we generally focus on. These are the sectors which we play a key role in, especially urban green zones, water supply, solid waste management, wastewater management, air pollution, urban heat, public transport, especially electricity. These are the challenging areas wherein we discharge our services. And these are going to be the core sector in which corporation is constantly working on with respect to climate change. Next. While everybody, we all agree that climate change is a reality, and we no more it is a phenomenon of like may happen, may not happen. The theory has already set aside. It has been well established. Climate change is a reality, and we are the only generation which can really act upon this climate change, and we can do some necessary mitigation and rectification measures. This is what we believe in Nagpur Corporation. Keeping this in mind, actually, we decided to approach this issue of climate change in a scientific manner. We did it in a very clear, step-by-step manner. To start with, what we did was like greenhouse gas emission inventory. We created an inventory of greenhouse gas emissions, which is happening in the city for over a period of time. This exercise was done almost 4-5 years back. And what we did actually, we did a sector-wise energy and fuel use. We did mapping it for a 5-year period using a global protocol, GPC protocol. We did the GHG emissions properly sector-wise, and then we identified key sectors where the potential emission reduction can happen. So this is where that is how we did this GHG emission inventory. We documented it. Thereafter, taking that to the next step, what we did was like a climate risk and vulnerability assessment. We made our city, that I will explain in the coming slides. We ensure that what are the services at present corporation is giving, and we try to map our population, especially the vulnerable population. If you look at any city for that matter, especially waterlogging is a big problem, heat wave is a problem of habitation, congestion is a problem. So we taking all this into, we decided 3-4 vulnerable parameters, and we try to map this city into different sectors actually, like vulnerability ranking we did it. Thereafter, we did a stakeholder consultation using our ULB with the ULB, and we try to evolve certain solutions actually, and we try to kind of like, you can call it a pilot kind of thing, and we try to understand how these interventions which we identified with respect to the vulnerability mapping and GHG emissions, and we try to see how it can be scaled up. Once we did a stakeholder meeting and different sets of meeting, and try to establish the technical studies and pilot, we created a climate action plan for the city, and climate action plan talks very specifically about sectors on which the city will be focusing, and with a clear-cut short-term, medium-term, and long-term goal, and how we can make sure this city in the next 20 years, 30 years, carbon neutral city we can create. That is the larger mission to which we are working on it. Go ahead, next. Next. If you look at the GHG emission inventory, I said like 4-5 years back, we created it. If you can go back. So if you look at it, actually the Nagpur city, the uniqueness of the city doesn't have much industries per se within the city limits, but there are power plants just outskirts of the city. There are industry area, a huge industry area of Gudi another 10-15 kilometers outside the city. So if you look at the greenhouse contribution, actually mostly they are of the traditional one, like solid waste management related issues, residential users, transport, these are things. Go next slide. So taking this into account, what we did is actually like we tried to map our green cover and different issues we are taken. One is the surface temperature. You all must have heard about the temperature, the huge temperature we face in Nagpur and most of the central India. This high temperature area, surface temperature based on it, and green cover. These are try to establish that in the form of mapping. Go ahead, next slide. These are some of the slides. Vulnerability mapping, how we did. Basically, vulnerability mapping we did using 3-4 major criteria actually. 3-4 criteria. Basically, like wards. We have around 52 wards in the city actually, like almost 156 ward, small ward area zones actually, like 38 ward zones there. So what we did actually, since ULBs we function along with political representatives to explain them about this scientific study and to understand, to make them understand what it is, what is their area is about. We try to showcase all our studies in the form of wards actually. Like you can see a lot of blocks actually. These are the actual wards from which these local representatives get elected and come. So each representative has been given a clarity actually how his ward is, how vulnerable his ward is, how many different vulnerability criteria that ward is facing, and what are the area mitigation measures we need to do. Next. In that slide, you can see that actually there are wards with so much of slums. To tell you, to give you a perspective, actually Nagpur has a huge slum population, like We have around 426 slums, both authorized and unauthorized category, like almost 9 lakh population residing in slums. So slums come with a lot of urban issues together, and to take them in our climate mitigation measures is one of the biggest challenges we were facing. So we did this vulnerability mapping. One of the important criteria we kept was the slums, and we ensured that we tried to map it and we showed it to the public representative how each of the ward is being affected and or vulnerable. Next. So if you look at the climate, based on that, we created an action plan. Like I said earlier, like since industries are not much in the city limits, we were focusing more on solid waste, greenery, urban greenery, street lights, transport. These are the predominant sectors we decided to work on it, and you can see in the upcoming slide what we are doing in these sectors. Next, this is our a nutshell of this action plan. Action plan based on our GHG emission inventory and vulnerability mapping. We focused our attention on 4 sectors on which we will be doing work. Next. Can you see the next slide? Yes. If you look at this slide, actually, like one important issue which in that map slide, if you can see that actually the city here is of 2 different nature. Actually, like western part of the city has quite a good tree cover, and the eastern city doesn't have a cover actually. And predominantly, the most important thing is actually to understand how many trees we have, so that we can preserve and we can go ahead with that. So green cover has been taken up as one important activity as a climate mitigation measure by the corporation the past 3-4 years. One is the tree census, which we have taken up. The other one is the green space development, green buffer, and we created a local biodiversity mapping so that whatever biodiversity we have at present in the city, which can be restored and protected, and tree plantation in a huge manner, like many cities doing that. Next slide. So next. If you look at the green assets, like many cities, we also face the issue of space crunch. Actually, we don't get plenty of space for the tree plantation. So we have embraced this Miyawaki plantation. We have successfully made 5,000 square meter of Miyawaki plantation. The beauty of it is actually it was a dumping yard earlier. So we converted the dumping yard into a plantation area, and we ensured that almost 15,000 plants of 42 plus indigenous species we did, and the net effect is actually that area is much more livable now. And to tell you the happy side is actually there is a symbiosis big university of Nagpur is right now they are hosting almost 5,000 plus students staying there in that area. So Miyawaki came as a big handy tool which many corporations can do over is facing this land related issue. You find Nagpur has quite a good road connect. We have almost 200 plus kilometers of internal roads. Most of them are CC roads, cement roads. So green buffer has been one of our most sought after activities. Like in last 1 year only, we have done almost 41 kilometers of roadside plantation and this divider plantation. Wait, next. Going ahead to take up this green movement, we have decided to do 2-3 things. One is actually for any of our initiative, like many of you agree, unless we take the public on board, we will not able to do it actually. So to encourage public towards the plantation, what we have come up with a novel idea, like we will be giving a 2% property tax relief to the citizen who ensure that whatever tree we give them actually, they plant it and properly safeguard it and they ensure that the tree lives actually. So that is the one initiative policy decision we took, so that people will be getting some property tax relief also. Overall, we will be encouraged to look after the trees actually. The other things are like we have taken an ambitious program of like 180 gardens we want to develop actually. Most of them will be theme based, and we are creating most importantly land banks actually. If you look at Nagpur, like so many big universities, NITs, the direct tax institute, NITs, there are so many institutions are there. So they have a land bank, but due to want of money or something else, some of the reason that is like any place. So we are trying to bring all the stakeholders on one platform, and we have created almost 88 acres of land bank which will be used as for plantation in the case. Go to the next slide. In continuation of the green space, like I said in the past, actually, like we have planned almost 20 theme-based gardens. Theme-based gardens focusing biodiversity into thing, and this will be done in the span of next 2 to 3 years. Go to the next slide. Most importantly, because we have this climate action plan, we try to convert money from different things. Like in this case, also like we have converted money from national NCAP program, 15th finance program, from our money. There is a state government scheme. So we try to ensure that we pumping money from different, converts money from different sources to a common agenda of like creating green spaces. Next. The next sector is with solid waste management. Next. So don't need to go into the numbers. Just the crux of the slide is like this actually. Like if you look at it, the collection and transportation happening at 100%. Whereas the processing is a big issue which Nagpur faces. To tell you a small history behind it, actually like Nagpur was doing a rampant dumping of waste actually. To the extent that we were overflowing with our existing dumping yard, and Nagpur Corporation had to dump in the form of legacy waste and the form of, in a non non-earmarked dumping sites also. So it was creating a huge environmental issue, so much of hue and cry, a lot of litigation we were facing. Next, go ahead. So the huge challenge, even today, what we are facing is in terms of solid waste management, we are able to successfully do this door-to-door collection. We are able to create awareness, and we are able to transport the solid waste. But the processing is in the final stages. Actually, we were able to get a solution out of it. Next. Next. Yes. If you look at it, actually, like this is the. You can go ahead. Go ahead. Like, yes. What we did actually, like biomining is one activity which Govt of India is also promoting, and we have done it in a huge manner. And like I said, 53 acres of land, it was rampant dumping was happening, which we decided not to dump, and we ensured that no more waste will be dumped there. And we entered into a biomining work. Today, I am happy to say that almost 30 acres of land we recovered. Out of that, I said that Miyawaki plantation also we did. So this is one huge issue which we are addressing at present. I'm pretty sure in 1 year time down the line, we will be recovering entire 53 acres, and that will be put in use for many other urban related issues. The other issue which we face is this biomedical single-use plastic C&D waste. Single-use plastic, you know, like we have banned for throughout the country from 1st of July onwards. But Govt of Maharashtra took a decision to discourage this 2 years back. Almost 48 tons of single-use plastic we have done. We taken action and we seized it. And C&D waste, for the first time, we have floated a tender and we have appointed a person actually to address the C&D waste. So any city, if you look at it, dust is a big issue, especially in any central India go into, and this dust issue will be addressed using the C&D waste. Next. Next. While working for the climate action plan for the city, one issue which we were facing is this ambient air quality monitoring systems were not in place, not in good shape. Like either they were skewed towards one side of the city, or they were not giving comprehensive data. So unless we get a comprehensive data, we are not able to get into the localized solutions. So we consciously taken a call to add on more and more AQMS systems actually. Like, so we try to convert money from different sources like you have shown here, and we are in the process of establishing 3 more CAQMS, and we will be making furthermore real-time air quality monitoring systems, so that we'll be able to understand what are the measures we are taking and how effective they are. Like we say actually, in terms of mitigation measures, one is importantly we need to have a solid data for the city planners, and this is one important thing, especially with respect to air pollution. We are doing it. Next. Like I said, the other sector is the transportation sector. If you look at the transportation sector, at present 438 buses fleet is our size. If you look at, most of them are diesel, CNG, and very hardly 5-6 buses are electric. Next. Right now, Government of India, Government of Maharashtra, every state is coming up in a huge manner with these EV vehicles. So Nagpur also is not going to leave left behind. We have taken a ambitious plan actually to completely change our fleets, public transport fleets to electric fleet. We have planned it till 2025, but now we have fast tracked it. I'm happy to say that by end of 2023, we'll be converting entire bus fleets to electric buses. What is this going to do? Like I said in the plan, actually, like 18% of our greenhouse gas emission is we contribute from our transport. And if you look at the public transport, 60% of it is coming from the public transport. So we'll be able to address almost 60% of our 18% issues will be tackled by using this thing actually. So we are trying to convert from different funding sources from our money, smart city, different funding sources, so that we will be able to see, and Nagpur will be having a completely eco-friendly public transport system in a year down the line. In addition, if you look at the previous slide, you must have seen actually there are a lot of two-wheelers actually. Like, to promote two-wheelers and three-wheelers actually, like auto rickshaws, we are coming up with a retrofitting schemes also. Like we are providing them granting a kind of subsidy, kind of thing, upfront subsidy, so that they will be able to retrofit their vehicle, diesel vehicle, they will convert it into electrical. We are getting a very good response, and we are hopeful that out of 18,000 autos plying in the city, almost 2/3 of them will be converted over a period of next 1 year. Next. By doing this, we are taking care of the charging infrastructure also. Like we are ensuring that it will not be a lopsided effort, like only going for procuring of electric buses. We are ensuring that holistic solution is given to the city for the end consumer, for the public users like Nagpur corporation, and as well as the private customer. Next. The other, this is the non-motorized transport initiatives which we keep doing. Actually, I'm happy to share that Nagpur is one of the shortlisted cities in terms of cycling. Cycle for Change challenge hosted by Smart City of India. Smart City India. We got the prizes also, like public bicycle sharing is we have started. Then it will be a tripartite with our Metro and other things. So the nutshell is actually like we want to reduce the carbon footprint from the citizens. Ultimately, if you look at it, actually residential contribution is huge one, and the private vehicles also. So we want to make it Nagpur more friendly to cycle and pedestrianization we are trying to do. Next. The next sector is the wastewater sector, the other sector which is contributing almost, I think almost 24% of our greenhouse gas emission and climate related issues is wastewater. If you look at this slide, we generate around 520 MLD of sewage water generation. We face a lot of litigation, a lot of issues due to the wastewater generated through city, because this is the only big city in the central India that is nearby here. Next. If you look at it, actually we are treating right now almost 370 MLD of 370 MLD of water. I'll come to that slide later. What we are doing, one innovative methodology is actually, like I said, almost 180 gardens we have actually in the city. Out of it, there are 20-25 gardens are located next to Nala, next to river, next to this thing. What we did, actually, we have done this Japanese technology actually. With the help of Ministry of Jayachandran, we tried a pilot actually a year back, and we got a very good result. What we are doing, we are recycling those sewage water flowing in the Nala, and we are trying to use it for our garden. In addition, we are selling it to the builders also, like Krida and other agencies, only for the construction purpose. Actually. You can call it a grey water or something like that. And with hardly a 1 crore investment for a corporation, we are able to recycle almost like 40% of the need of the water is completely taken care of. So you can see, go to next slide. We started with hardly 4 KLD. Now today we are doing next slide. Next slide. Yes, you can see almost 105 KLD of back. Coming to the 105 KLD of sewage water we are treating, and we are making sure that gardens are getting reusing those wastewater. Next. Next. If you look at the sewage generation, I said 520 MLD we are generating and 370 MLD is being treated. I'm happy to share Nagpur corporation, the only corporation in the state of Maharashtra. We are selling this water to the nearby power plants. So we are saving the water otherwise would have been lifted by these power plants for the cooling purpose. And we are saving the groundwater and we are earning money actually. We are earning almost like 60 crore as of the form of royalty by reselling this water. Recycling of wastewater is one of the success story of our corporation. And I am happy to share that taking this into forward actually, we are coming up with another 92 MLD of wastewater STP generation, STP creation using JICA's support actually. Very soon this pollution abatement project will be approved by the Govt of India, and this will add another further recycling of water. And in nutshell, the fresh water which were otherwise used by the power plants, there are so many power plants in and around Nagpur actually. This has been substituted by way of this, using this recycling water. So it is a win-win situation. Next. So this, if you look at this, energy is the one area like we have got a tremendous success actually. This was also one of the sectors we were identifying as a important sector to work with respect to climate. If you look at our street lights used to consume almost 17 megawatt of electricity actually. Today it is less than half, 8 megawatt. If you look at our costing also almost 15 crore we are saving. If we extended it everywhere, like we have ensured that complete street lights have been converted into LED, solar rooftop has been there. And in our urban planning, we ensure that more than 500 square meter, any construction comes for approval. We ensure that rainwater harvesting and rooftop solar is being made mandatory. And we next. So whatever the important facilities we create, like e-libraries we create in a big manner, we are trying to create them as a carbon neutral buildings, green buildings. So these are the efforts which we constantly do. So whatever infrastructure which we create from now onwards, they will not create energy, they will not create carbon footprints actually. That is a constant decision we have taken and that we are following. This is one more program, Maji Vasundhara Abhiyan, which state government encourages each corporation and urban local bodies to encourage them, focus them towards climate change, climate mitigation measures. We have taken a lot of plantation drives and we got an award also in this one this year. Thank you. Next. These are some of the pictures. These are the focus areas which we have taken. Like I said, EV buses and charging infrastructure. There are Nagpur city is known as a lake city in the past, but the lakes over a period of time have gone into bad shape because of the rapid urbanization, like we find in many cities. Lake rejuvenation, we have taken it as an important activity under Rambu 2 also. Sewer network, which we are working on. Treatment of wastewater, like I said, the gap which we are finding it today that we will be doing it. We have working plantation, energy promotion, net metering of rooftop solar system, and all the public offices will be made into energy and water audit compulsory, and creation of urban spaces tactically using limited spaces. This we are doing it constantly. This is our focus area. Climate. Next. While doing this, actually, we are in constantly touch with many international organizations. That's why we could approach this issue more scientifically. One is that Italy, we are being associated with them since long back, almost a decade ago. We are building efficiency accelerator network since 2018. We are this reporting platform of this DHG mission and other thing since 2020. We are in tie-up with the German city called Karlsruhe and under this IUCP program, International Urban Cooperation Program. So that way we learn from the other cities internationally also, and we try to share our best practices. So I feel actually like for a city to, for an urban local body to do it within their available sphere, First thing is we need to have a clear approach, what to do, what we need to do, what are the focus areas to be done. We need to explain it to the local representatives in their language, the way they can understand. And we need to push these agendas through them actually. And sector-wise, if we can focus, we'll be able to work in a much more scientific and in a time-bound manner. These are our observations and learnings from Nagpur side. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm not able to hear you. I can't hear you.
Thank you very much for your detailed presentation, sectoral-wise presentation, all the efforts taken by Nagpur Municipal Corporation. Really surprised to see that gardens, 180 gardens you plan to create. That's really appreciable one. The future plan has also with target, with specific numbers. Then you will be achieving your target. This is how it is. So very nice. Thank you very much. And I will ask our members, participants, if they have any queries, and let them forward to us so that we will forward to you and get the reply. Because as you said, sir has to go for a governor's level meeting. So thank you once again. Thank you very much. Sir, Commissioner sir, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you everyone for this opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the Commissioner. Now, without waiting further, we may go to Hyderabad Municipal Corporation presentation. We are already late in our plan of schedule, and I request our Badhavath Santhosh IAS sir, Additional Commissioner, Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, to go ahead with the presentation. Sir is a young, smart IAS officer, joined in the administration service in 2016. He was directed by our Commissioner also, Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation Commissioner Lokesh Kumar sir. So we had a good discussion, and Additional Commissioner immediately agreed, and he has come forward to present. Let us hear from Additional Commissioner sir. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
My screen is visible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Full screen, please.
Okay. Actually, commissioners are supposed to join this, but sir has some other important meeting. I am Santhosh. I am heading sanitation section in Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, but I will be representing total Hyderabad Municipal Corporation activities that we are taking in all other departments also. So, firstly, that challenges due to climate change in urban local bodies, typical challenges. One is temperature rise, particular to GHMC also. There has been continuous temperature rise in summer season, and air pollution and other pollutions are increasing. And then last time, particularly in Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation area, due to flooding, more than 40,000 households has been affected, and then we have to give 10,000 to each family so that they can manage the effects of flooding. Almost more than 3-4 lakh individuals has been affected due to flooding. Apart from this, we are continuously seeing there is extreme weather, that extreme hotness in summer season, and then extreme coldness in winter season. So these are major challenges that each urban local body is facing due to climate change. And further, I will tell some of the mitigation measures that we have taken for mitigating this climate change challenges. Among them, Telangana Ku Harita Haram is one of the flagship program of Telangana government. Under this program, we developed nurseries across the state and GHMC limits also, and then we have planted saplings across the state. So with regard to, if we come to GHMC, that previously in GHMC there are only 20 to 30 nurseries, but under this program we have developed 600 nurseries, and then this program is started from 2016 to started in the year 2016. As of now, in the limits of the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, we have planted more than 6 crores tree saplings. And then further also for this year 2022, we are planning to do 1.2 crores tree saplings. And apart from that, open places has been identified wherever government open places are there, and they are developed as parks with plantation, like Miyawaki plantation or tree parks and other parks. And 45 locations has been identified like this in GHMC limits, and we have developed as a Miyawaki plantation. Here we call as Yadadri plantation in Telangana. Similarly, urban forest parks also has been taken at 2-3 places like Suraram 455 hectares and Madannaguda, Nadergul places in GHMC. So we can see some of the plantation activities that we have taken to mitigate climate change effects on urban local body. These are some of the plantation at institutions, and then tree parks at one of the major park in Hyderabad, that is Indira Park. And then this one is the Miyawaki plantation, which we call as Yadadri plantation in one of the places called Attapur.
Excuse me, sir, the slides are not moving. Slides are not moving. Yes. Now, yeah. Now.
Okay. It's
Not coming.
just a second.
Yes, sir. Please.
Is it moving now?
No, it is appearing, sir. Next slide, sir, please.
Okay.
We will check.
Is it moving?
No. No, sir. It stands still.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Is it okay now?
Yes, the slide is appearing, sir. We need to check. Mitigation measures. That slide is appearing. But,
Now photos Telangana ko Haritaharam.
no, not coming.
Okay.
Or just to send it to us is okay.
Yeah, better I'll send to you. Please present from your side.
Yes, sir. Me. Just sir. It is being downloaded. Big.
Yeah, please go to next slides. This I have explained already. Please go to next slides. So as I said, under Telangana Harita Haram program, till now we have developed 600 nurseries in Hyderabad region, but in entire Telangana state we have developed more than 12,000 nurseries, and then the saplings from the nurseries has been planted across Telangana. In GHMC area, we planted 6 crore saplings in 2016 to 21. This year we are planning to plant 1.2 crores tree saplings by the end of this year. Similarly, we have identified open places, and then 406 open places has been developed as parks. Next slide, please. We can see the photographs. These are the 2 photographs that we have taken up in 2 institutions at ITI College and then VBRI College. Next. So this is one is tree park, and the 4th one is Miyawaki Park, dense forest plantation. Next. We have taken activities under urban forestry also. We have 105 number of main roads. All these main roads has been identified, and all along the central median greenery activity is taken up. Similarly, traffic islands or rotaries has been developed, improving the streetscape visuals. In GHMC area, we have identified 60 traffic islands and rotaries and developed as streetscape visuals. So you can see some of the photographs in next slides. And then in 55 junctions, major traffic junctions, we have constructed water fountains, and we are maintaining the water fountains at this 55 major junctions. So by improving green cover, we can reduce the carbon emission. Next slide, please. So these are some of the green forest activities that we have taken. One is a vertical gardening at pillars in our flyovers, and then all around the junction, and the flyovers nature greenery activities. Next. And we have different theme parks, that Panchatattva Park in one of the major parks in Hyderabad, the Indira Park, and then Dog Park and Tree Park. These are some of the plantation activities that we have taken up. Next. So we have taken one program called Comprehensive Road Maintenance Program. Under this Comprehensive Road Maintenance Program, we have identified some major main roads, and then we have given to outsource to an agency to maintain all the roads, end-to-end roads, pothole free and dust free. So they will improve the road condition. If any potholes are there, they improve that condition, and then they'll maintain it dust free all along the road. Similarly, till now we have taken 642 kilometers of roads in GHMC limit. Next. So these are some of the photographs that we have done under comprehensive road maintenance program, that end-to-end roads and footpaths and other greenery activities done by agency that is given 640 kilometers length. Next. So these are some more photographs that we are doing, laying of BT road and pothole maintenance. Next. Similarly, we have taken one program called Strategic Road Development Program to reduce the traffic and then to decrease the air pollution. We have taken up some major roads. We have constructed flyovers, ROBs, RUBs, and then till now 47 projects has been taken up with a cost of 8,000 crores. And then further also we wanted to take up more flyovers road over bridges, and then underpasses under this strategic road development program. This 12 of such projects are under process with a cost of 3,000 crores. Next. So these are two flyovers we have constructed under strategic road development program. One flyover at the OIC Hospital Junction, other one at Durgam Cheruvu, so which is famous in Hyderabad. Next. Similarly, more number of flyovers we can say that we have taken up under a strategic road development program. Next. Similarly, we have taken up like a CRMP, Comprehensive Road Maintenance Program, and Strategic Road Development Program. We have taken up Strategic Nala Development Program also. Last time Hyderabad was affected with floods. So we have taken a Strategic Nala Development Program. Till now we have identified 39 works, and further also with a cost of 1,000 crores. In second phase also we have identified some works with a cost of 3,000 crores. In this we'll improve the stormwater drain in all around GHMC, so that even more rain comes in future, that GHMC will not be affected with the floods. Next. This we should not see as a mitigation, but if any disaster comes, that proper housing should be there for all the poor people. So we have constructed more than 1 lakh 2 BHK houses, 2-bedroom houses, and then till now 64,000 houses has been completed. Another 34,000 houses are under progress, and this we will be completing in next 3-4 months time. Next. So we have solar rooftops on major GHMC buildings at circle offices, zonal offices, and main head office. We have installed solar rooftops, and 34 number of such buildings has solar rooftops. Further also, any other building, GHMC new building, big buildings will install solar rooftops. Because of this 34 number GHMC buildings, the estimated carbon emission reduction is 1,200 tons per annum. Next. So we have more than 5 lakh LED street lights provided in main roads, link roads, colonies, all around Hyderabad. Because of this switching to LED lights, the estimated carbon reduction is 4,58,000 approximate tons since 2008. This total from 2008, if you take, this is the estimated carbon emission reduction by switching to LED street lights. And by switching to it, we are saving a cost of 6.5 crores per month also. Next. And then whatever construction and demolition waste that is coming in GHMC limits, that will be collected and then it will be sent to processing units. We have established 2 construction and demolition processing units, one at Jidimetla, one is at Fatulaguda, each with a capacity of 500 tons per day. So what are the CND waste that is generated in GHMC limits, that will be lifted immediately through a concessionaire, and it will be sent to the processing facility. And at the processing facility, byproducts will be generated, and byproducts will be sold back to byproducts like tiles, sand, other things will be generated, and they will be sold back in the market. So by this way, whatever the construction and demolition waste that is generated in a GHMC limit, entire CND waste is lifted and it is processed, and then it is sold back. Next. So EV charging stations also we have established. TS Redco is an organization. They have established 169 EV charging station in Hyderabad limits. This is under National Clean Air Program. Further also, they are planning to establish 2,500 EV charging stations by 2025. Each year they have planned, they have submitted to National Clean Air Program, and they will be establishing 2,500 EV charging station in GHMC limits by 2025. As of now, 169 EV charging stations has been established in this limit, and then in state also, all around Hyderabad also, EV charging stations has been established. Next. So 132 CNG city buses are in operation by TSRTC, Telangana State Road Transport Corporation, because of which there is more than 2,000 equivalent CO2 reduction because of shifting to 132 CNG city buses. Further 40 e-buses also operating from Hyderabad to Rajiv Gandhi Airport every day, and this also reduces almost 4,800 equivalent CO2 per annum. So further also we are going to shift major city buses in Telangana state to CNG city buses in future, but as of now in GHMC area 132 buses has been shifted to CNG. Next. So we have 35 sweeping missions, and every day morning they will be doing sweeping activities around 45 main roads, and then entire length of 1850 kilometers road length, main road length, it is covered by sweeping mission, and the remaining roads, internal roads, will be covered through our sanitation workers to make the city clean and dust free and municipal solid waste free. Next. So under solid waste management for primary collection and transportation, we have procured 4,500 Swachh Auto tippers, which is totally closed with a partition of dry waste and wet waste. Apart from that, push carts and tricycles will be there, but this will be used only in the areas where these Swachh Autos do not go. So these 4,500 Swachh Autos will cover entire GHMC door-to-door collection, and then from the Swachh Autos, it will go to transfer station. A transfer station, we have closed containers, portable containers and self containers. From the Swachh Autos, it will directly go into the containers and it will not be dumped on the ground. So no waste, municipal solid waste is exposed to the environment from transportation from house to processing facilities. It's totally shifted in closed vehicles, except to some of the few secondary collection transport vehicles. We also wanted to cover them with closed containers. Next. So we can see some of the photographs of autos. These push carts and tricycles will use only to the places where these Swachh Autos can't go. This auto is totally closed and with a partition facility for dry waste and wet waste. Next. So as I said, only the 6-tonners vehicle, these are the open vehicles now. Apart from that, all other vehicles that the GHMC using are closed vehicles. So we are going to shift to the closed vehicles for a secondary collection also. Next. So we have from Swachh Autos, it will come to transfer station. So we have 17 number of big transfer station. These are old transfer station and these are modernized now. Apart from that, we have 116 number of static or mobile transfer station. I will show some of the photographs of static and mobile transfer station. So this will be operated through portable self compactors as well as static compactor containers. And we'll use 84 number of bench vehicles for taking from here to transfer station to the processing facility. So you can see some of the photographs in next slides. Next, please. So these are the containers. The circle one is portable this thing, and then the upper one is this Great Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, where you can see it is the our transfer station. So anywhere if we go to transfer station, there will not be any garbage that dumped on the ground. It will be directly sent to the container, and then from there to vehicles it will be sent to the processing facility. So because of this, there is no smell issue, there is no odor issue, and there is no environmental pollution and leachate generation. And these vehicles have a separate mechanism for leachate collection also. Next. So further at the processing facility, we have 24 megawatts waste to energy plant is in operation. Previously it was 19.8 megawatts, but now it is upgraded to 24 megawatts and it is running successfully. Further, we are planning to expand it to 48 megawatts waste to energy plant. So whatever the waste comes to the processing facility, it will be sent to waste to energy plants. And further, 14 megawatts of waste energy is under construction at a place called Dindigal, and further also we are planning 24 megawatts at Paranagar and 124 megawatts at a place called Yadadri. So total approximately we will have 100 megawatts waste energy plants, and this will this due to this waste to energy plants, whatever the waste comes every day, that will be taken care and disposed on the same day. So there will not be any waste that is there on the tipping floor or on the ground and at the processing facility. It is disposed on the same day. So we have one at the processing facility. We have one at a 5 tons biomethanization plant, plastic recyclable plant, and a biogas battling plant also. This biogas will be again sent back to they will sell to RTC or other buses. We have one 1 megawatt solar plant also at the processing facility. Apart from that, we have a leachate treatment facility also. What is the leachate that is generated from the our municipal solid waste and legacy leachate, that is also treated with the leachate treatment facility at the processing facility. So whatever that is coming at the processing facility, let it be leachate or we are taking care of all the aspects of pollution at the processing facility. Next. You can see some of the photographs of all these facilities in next slide. Next, please. So this is the composting plant at the processing, and this is waste to energy plant. This is 24 megawatts, and we are planning to have one more 24 megawatts plant next to this plant only. Next. Plastic recycling facility. Please go next. So biogas bottling plant, this gas will be again they will sell to RTC and other Bhagyanagar biogas. Next. Next, please. This has a biomethanization plant. So these are the mitigation measures we have taken to reduce carbon emission and go to previous slide. Yeah, so these are the mitigation measures that we have taken to reduce pollution and carbon emission. Apart from that, Hyderabad has one urban local body has a separate disaster response force. So separate disaster, this Hyderabad is the first urban local body to have separate disaster response force. By seeing this again, now few local bodies also wanted to have separate disaster response force. So whenever disasters come, like last time flooding came in Hyderabad, like urban floods or building collapses as falling of trees, like this disasters came, that this disaster response force will immediately go to that place, and then they will respond. Like if tree falling is there, they will immediately lift it. Flooding is there, they will take people to the safe location, and they will be completely trained and handling all types of disasters. We have such 19 such DRF teams that is deployed round the clock to attend the all types of disaster, and they are trained to attend all types of disaster like urban floods and other things. So we have different vehicles to attend these disasters, like 8 number of trucks we have procured to carry rescue boats, and LMVs with safety mechanisms, and then 9 emergency vehicles. So all types of vehicles we have to attend to disasters, and then 19 specific disaster response force only we have in this thing. And we have dedicated control room also only for a disaster this thing with a phone number. We have published it to all the newspapers and all the people, and then we attend to it. If even whenever disaster comes. Next, please. So you can see some of the photographs of this disaster response force. So these are some of the photographs of DRF teams attending to the tree fallen and the flooding, other things. Yeah, these are some of the vehicles that we have procured for a disaster response force. Next. Thank you. These are some of the activities that we have taken in GHMC for climate change, mitigating climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A detailed presentation of various efforts taken under the corporation.
Yeah, I've got a question.
Yeah. Yes. I think. Please, sir.
I'm Jagdish Parwani. I'm Director Admin and Finance with the NCR Planning Board.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Please,
So, it's very impressed to see the mitigation measures and all safety measures. I want to know the C&D waste plant. They say 500 tons per day. How are they arranging to collect from all the places the C&D waste?
So we have one concessionaire. We have gone for tender, and we have concessionaire. So we have a toll-free number. One is the waste can be either claimed waste or unclaimed waste. So we have a toll-free number. Any construction activity is taking place, they can call to the toll-free number. If they call to toll-free number, the concessionaire will come and take out the C&D waste. That is one aspect, and per ton they will charge 350 rupees per ton. So
350 rupees per ton that person has to pay.
Yes, if it is a claimed waste. If it is a claimed waste. So there are two types of waste. So it can be claimed waste, it can be unclaimed waste. If it is a claimed waste, then concessionaire will go to that place, construction activity place, and he will take the C&D waste and 350 rupees if it has to transport and take it to the processing facility. He can directly take it to the processing facility, then he has to pay only 80 rupees per ton. That is one thing. And there will be unclaimed waste that is thrown on the road. At the night, they can throw on the road on them. And we'll request the concessionaire to take out that C&D waste. Then from GHMC, we'll pay 350 rupees per ton to the concessionaire for taking it to the, for transporting to the facility and doing the processing.
Okay. This is an unrelated question. I don't know because I have happened to live in Hyderabad and I love the city. I just asked, is this Hyderabad Municipal Council doing some beautification or some cleaning the most beautiful lake of the city?
Yes, there is Mailaram tank is there, Durgam Cheru is there. Now we are taking Miralam tank. Mailaram tank. I'm saying main that Usman that this tank bund part.
Tank bund.
Tank part they have beautified, but there is not.
Not if it doesn't come in your area, then I will not ask you a question. I'm just asking because that also goes in mitigation measures. That's what I.
Yes. In tank bund also, they are taking lot many activities like street lighting, urbanscaping, and then taking out this.
No, I'm interested. Hey, you are telling C&D waste. That's why I said so many such like idle dispersion and all this happens. The waste is there, Ganesh Puja. So, is there anything or reclaim that, cleaning that lake, etc.?
Yes. Yeah. That we are cleaning, and we are by court also. We have to do the entire cleaning of the lake within 24 to 48 hours during Ganesh Immersion and other times, sir. Whatever waste comes to Hussain Sagar and other things, we are definitely has to do. There is a court direction also. We are doing it.
Yes, it's good because normally I found this area of Hyderabad requires some taking care. Anyway, thank you very much.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you very much. I appreciate Hyderabad Corporation. Firstly, Hyderabad Municipal Corporation is very famous for the road maintenance program. Comprehensive road maintenance program is very famous, and the urban, all other urban local bodies used to visit and have a discussion with our officials to know how effectively they are maintaining, how best they are maintaining the road. And similarly, the new project subset, strategic Nala development program. This also seems to be a good effort related to our topic. So nice. Thank you so much. Any other question if our participants like to raise, maybe at the end so that we may clarify. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. I extend my sincere thanks to Commissioner sir also for all your efforts, sir. Thank you so much. Now we will move on to the next speaker. We are ready to 10 minutes to 15 minutes. I'm introducing Dr. K.S. Jayachandran, IFS. He is a member secretary, Delhi Pollution Control Committee. He will present about Delhi case study. He is an IFS officer. He has put up a lot of efforts on forestry, management of forest, wildlife, urban greenery, prevention of environmental pollution, etc. Now he is heading Delhi Pollution Control Committee as member secretary. Now I request our member secretary, please. Sorry for that, please.
Is it visible? Mr. Silvaraj, is it visible? Silvadre?
No, sir. I mean, it's not yet come on the screen. Yes, now it is coming.
Okay. So, a very good afternoon to all. So, this particular presentation is our effort, Delhi government's effort in kind of dealing with climate change. We had a climate change plan which needed to be revised in line with the government of India guidelines, and that's why we are now in the process of revising our state action plan for climate change. And this presentation is a very small presentation on the major. The new action plan is still in a draft stage. So kind of I'm just quickly moving through the different areas where we are planning to structure the future action plan for Delhi. So when we actually got into the climate profile and projecting what the climate of Delhi would look like in the next 3-4 decades, we did this IMD gridded temperature and precipitation data being studied for a period of 30 years, the last 30 years from 90 onwards. And the present maximum average temperature is around 31.5 to the minimum temperature is 19.3, and we are actually projecting an increase in temperature in Delhi, that is up to 2.1 degrees Celsius rise in temperature is being projected by 2050. And it is also projected that the number of cold days and the cold nights in Delhi would be decreasing. And another projection is that the dry days may reduce by 9 days, and the consecutive wet days may increase by 1.4 days. And the heavy precipitation events might also increase by 1 day. So in short, I mean, you could understand in a nutshell that the temperature is going to increase, the number of cold days is going to reduce, and the dry days are going to reduce, but the consecutive wet days are going to increase. That means the intensity of rainfall is going to increase because of the climate change events in the coming decades. So we did this vulnerability assessment, looking into the temperatures and the heat waves, as well as the precipitation pattern, and they identified certain areas of Delhi which is going to be more vulnerable in terms of waterlogging or urban flooding and heat waves. And what are on your right panel, you can see the key vulnerability drivers on the basis of which we identified such areas, vulnerable areas in Delhi, is based upon the migration, the rate of urbanization, the high concentration of a disabled population, land use change, vehicular concentration, poor waste management, poor stormwater drainage, and the low concentration of water bodies. On the basis of this vulnerability assessment, we prioritize these following sectors separately for mitigation and separately for adaptation. In mitigation, we identified energy and power, urban planning, water, forest and biodiversity, transport, agriculture and horticulture. At the same time, for adaptation, we have identified energy and power, planning, urban planning, water, forest, agriculture, and health. So in energy and power sector, these are the major mitigation activities. Let me tell you that this is a very brief presentation, just touching upon the broad contours of the draft policy. So the mitigation activities include renewable and clean energy initiatives, which we try to boost the solar power as well as the waste to energy plants here, the energy efficiency, enhancing the power supply efficiency. Though Delhi's power supply efficiency is one of the top in the country, our power supply efficiency is around more than 99.5%. Then we are actually we'll be trying to reduce the specific energy consumption in certain energy intensive industries, smart metering, and also to provide charging infrastructure to support green mobility. As the August audience would definitely be knowing that India is slowly becoming the EV capital of the country. We have a very dedicated EV policy, which we have very aggressive targets to kind of shift to e-mobility. And towards that aim in mind, we have a very robust charging infrastructure. Right now, we have got more than 200 charging stations inside Delhi. And in this plan, we are going to cover on a ward basis the entire landscape of Delhi in terms of charging infrastructure. Adaptation, We will be trying to lower our dependency on hydropower from other states, reduce the planet temperature, and also to put in place non-engineering adaptation measures. So these are the specific targets. For example, in mitigation matrix, 100% replacement by energy efficient fixtures, retrofitting all existing buildings to make them energy efficient, renewable energy to constitute 50% of Delhi's energy mix through boosting the renewable generation within the state, as well as to increase tie-ups and PPAs and providing incentives to providers, eliminate AT&C losses, and also to support EV mobility. In urban planning, the broad mitigation activities would be to encourage energy efficiency, waste management across all the waste categories, as well as the air quality issues. In the adaptation, the buildings would be constructed to kind of adapt to the increased heat waves, as we saw in the vulnerability sector, that heat wave is going to be a problem in the future. So buildings, green buildings, which could withstand heat waves would be one of the adaptation activities. The stormwater drainage management. Delhi always witnesses urban flooding during this key monsoon period. The stormwater planning and stormwater management would be a key adaptation measure. And urban flooding and waterlogging, to monitor them and also to identify hotspots and resolving them would also be a important and key adaptation activities. Looking into specific targets, again, 100% waste segregation at source. Presently, we have model wards in Delhi, in the Municipal Corporation of Delhi, in which we try to do around 100% waste segregation in certain model wards. But the target is to in 2030 would be to attain 100% waste segregation, 100% recycling, and eco park. In eco park, they already started the process to establish the first eco park in the whole country, which would actually establish a first holistic integrated model in which the e-waste of the city flows into the park, and where the entire segregation, dismantling, refurbishing, and recycling, and also the metal recovery happens in the same facility, so that it helps in the circular economy concept. And adaptation, definitely Yamuna flooding is an issue, and embankments and protection works would be one of the strategy. Water, one of the very crucial sector as far as the future is concerned. Mitigation activities include recycling of wastewater, trapping 100% of the wastewater. Currently, not all the drains. We got around 20 to 25 major drains outfalling into the Yamuna. We are not able to now presently trap 100% of all the drains. So trapping 100% of the wastewater, including unauthorized colonies, would be a main priority mitigation activity. Reduction of water pollution, effluent treatment, extension of the sewerage network. Still, there are many colonies in Delhi which has not been provided sewerage network. So this is a very important area where we will be trying to extend sewerage network to every single citizen of the city. Monitoring of water quality. The Delhi Pollution Control Committee monitors water quality of Yamuna River at regular intervals, as well as the 18 major drains of Yamuna. Water bodies, important water bodies, groundwater near landfill sites. We all monitor water quality in all these important areas, but it would be our mission to kind of extend the monitoring network in a more intensive manner, covering every inch of Yamuna, all the 1,000 water bodies or 1,000 odd water bodies in Delhi, as well as groundwater in every zone of the city. Another important area where we try to mitigate the future climate change impacts would be through rejuvenation of our water bodies. For the first time, the Wetland Authority of Delhi has now managed to list around 1,050 water bodies in Delhi. We are mapping them. We have mapped them on GIS platform. We have allotted unique ID numbers to all the water bodies. And then we have prepared action plans and brief documents for almost half the water bodies, around 600 water bodies. And we are trying to notify them so that it ensures long-term conservation, statutory protection to all the water bodies and protect them from encroachments and sewage dumping and solid waste dumping. As far as adaptation is concerned, as I told you, not only the statutory protection to water bodies would suffice, definitely restoration of lakes and water bodies is very important. Delhi is a water stressed state, and our water, majority of the groundwater zones are critical in nature, and hence rejuvenation of lakes and rainwater harvesting would be a top priority in terms of adaptation. Regarding specific targets, we would be targeting 100% institutional buildings to adopt wastewater recycling, 100% city coverage in terms of sewage network, 100% industrial effluent to be treated, and 100% protection of the floodplain. Considerable amount of work has been done in Yamuna floodplains for the last 2-3 years. We have mapped 100% of the floodplains. We have finished demarcation. We have put CCTVs across the floodplains. There are so many encroachment issues, but then lots of efforts have started, and hence encroachment removal is one of the major mitigation action or strategy which has been proposed. Forest and biodiversity, as my esteemed previous speakers are laid down, forest and biodiversity is a very good and important long-term mitigation activity. The general activities, as we all know, it's about afforestation, greening, the biodiversity issues, check dams, construction of check dams, and consolidation of forests. Something which we don't see in other states is the consolidation of forests, because Delhi faces a very peculiar situation in which there are fragmented forests, and it's very important that we consolidate all the forests to take advantage out of the ecological value of larger stretches of forests. Increasing the green cover. Presently, the green cover is 23%, and we are proud to say that Delhi is one of the greenest capitals in the entire world. And now we aspire by the next 7 years to reach 33% green cover, protection to all the 100% existing cover, and it's increasing the institutional capacity in the various stakeholder departments, including the MCDs, to actually to do sufficient research on vulnerability, risk elimination, and also evolution of mitigation strategies in the sector of greening. Transportation, very key as far as Delhi is concerned, because majority during the winter season, around 50% of the contribution towards air pollution, as well as the increasing temperatures due to the transportation sector. So one of the mitigation activity would be towards discouraging the use of private vehicles by augmenting the public transport. Delhi is a leader in terms of metro, as well as the non-motorized network. So we will be trying to actually broaden the network of non-motorized transport, the metro transport, as well as the public transportation through rationalization of routes in Delhi. And the Delhi Transport Department is going big in terms of transitioning all its public transport to electric vehicles. And we have been doing the same in a very robust manner. Our target for 2030 would be 100% modernization in compliance with the Tibet guidelines, as well as I told you, the non-motorized transport integration for seamless interchange and reduction emissions, efficient public transport, fulfill 100% parking, all PUC data to be computer generated, and a model distribution of 80:20 in terms of the ratio between public and private transport would be increased. Agriculture and horticulture, again, organic farming. We don't have a substantial area under horticulture and agriculture. Around 30,000 hectares we have under agriculture, and organic farming would be a key sector. In-house composting as well as a biodecomposition technology to control stubble burning will be another area. Biodecomposition technology is a very prime and innovative technology which has been pushed by the Delhi government to ensure that the agricultural stubble residue is not been burned during the winter season, which contributes to the peak air pollution in Delhi. And this is basically a microbial solution, microbial consortium, which helps in decomposing the paddy residue in half the time which it normally takes. Adaptation activities would be to integrate technology in farming, diversification, and also supporting the limited farmer populace which you got in Delhi. As I told you, 100% stoppage of crop residue burning and diversification would be our key areas here. Health adaptation would be to provisioning accessible services, early warning systems, programs for the urban poor and other vulnerable groups. And our prime area target for 2030 would be in terms of the bed capacity with an additional 10% buffer, 100% immunization, 100% preparedness, prevention of waterborne and vector-borne diseases, especially in terms of awareness and health education, as well as community health would be a very, very important area in which Delhi government is already doing good in terms of its Mohalla clinics, doing training of trainers and cascading of training to field level staff. So, so that's it. Thank you so much. If there are any queries, I'll be very happy to take them.
So nice. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Overall covered the efforts taken by the government of Delhi. And if any query is there from our participants, I suggest that we may put up at the end of the session if sir is available. I hope sir be available till another half an hour till the next two presentations. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please be online. Yes. Let us move on to the next presentation. As per schedule, the presentation is to be done by Chief Executive Officer Govt, but suddenly there was a call from his superior, so he passed the message that he was not able to attend and present. However, he may share his PPTs, which may be made available for all our participants through our website. Sorry, we are not able to have the presentation on Guwahati Metropolitan Development Authority experience. So, as per our program schedule, let us move on to the great Waterman of India, Dr. Rajendra Singh. He is called as the Waterman of India. He is the chairman, Tarun, Bharat, Sangh, Rajasthan. Everybody knows on him, about him. He is a receiver of Stockholm Water Prizes 2015. An award is being considered as the Nobel Prize for Water. So he has been honored similar awards. Roman Magsaysay Award during 2001. Subsequently, Jamnalal Bajaj Award in 2005. He is continuously associating himself with, in the great sector of water conservation. Presently, he is having he is heading the national network of organizations working on water issues. Rashtriya Jal Biradari. So this network is working for the restoration of all mighty and small rivers of the country. With this small brief, I request our Dr. Rajendra Singh sir to present. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. You listening me?
Yes, we are hearing.
Okay. So first, thank you for all this climate change challenges and mitigation. I think the climate change is a global challenge, but solution is not global. The solution is local, and solution start with the indigenous knowledge system and Indian wisdom. My presentation can operate someone?
Yes, sir. Please, we will operate.
So next slide. In the indigenous knowledge system say, yes, when the humankind not thinking about the common future, so challenges is coming continuously. If human and nature relationship is not integrated and science is not working with sense and technology and engineering not working with the consciousness and concern, so the climate change is coming and effective to impacted to everyone. So this is a global challenge. If we can see in Indian uh, Upanishad, they say uh, this uh, continuity of destruction or disaster by with the mindset of humankind. Next slide. When the in this Upanishad says, when the humankind give the respect to nature and the rains coming, so conserve the every drop of rains, but not stopping to the river. When the human is stopping to the river, so creating a disaster, because the river is a flow of science, flow of culture, flow of civilization, and flow of all type of the flow related with human. So the Upanishad says, when the humankind is stopping the river, so creating disaster on the earth. Next slide. Next slide. Uh, if we explore the solution, so the solution in India, the Bharatiya Astha or Paryavaran Raksha, the faith in nature called Bhagwan. The means of Bhagwan, Bhai se bhumi, earth, Gay se gagan, space, वैसे वायु, air, A se Agni, Suraj, और Nay se Neer. These five element is our God, is our Bhagwan. And when we know this Bhagwan, the Indians give the respect to Neer, Nari, Nadi. Neer mane water, Nari mane nature or woman or earth, and river. River is the flow of life, water. So these, the tradition, Indian tradition that time. And finally, our Shastra says, this water making this earth one, the apaha brahmasmi, मैं जल हूँ. A water create a one earth. Without water, we can't create a one earth. The water making relation with the countries, with the continents. So when we forget that, we are moving for the challenges of climate change. Next. You know, today the all Western, all Northeast, no, Central Western Asian countries and African countries, they are facing displacement due to the climate change. And European urban cities say, due to this displacement of the climate change and due to the climatic refugees, we are changing, we are facing a landscape dangerous. The all European urban area now facing a problem of the landscape. So that worry is very serious, because that worry create a tension between the displaced people called climatic refugee and who is living really native. Next. Now in my country, lot of migration from the rural area to urban area, and urban cities facing very fast pressure of the migrated people. And due to that, the lot of tension with the environmentalist and government and UN system. But every municipal corporation of the India, they say, oh yes, we are doing 100%. Everything they are doing 100%. But when we see the river, so river is flowing like not river, flowing drain, like nala. So I don't know if we are doing 100% treatment, if we are doing everything 100%, so why the river is going toward to the nala, drain. Next, if we can explore the solution in India, so the only solution of the climate change in the tradition. You know, in 700 years before, my city, Jaisalmer, that time only 2,000 people and 15,000 camels every day moving to the Kabul, Kandahar, Kajistan and Afghanistan. You can imagine lowest rainfall in this world in Jaisalmer, and they are giving the water to the 15,000 camels because the Indians making a skill development in efficient use of water, because Indian making respect of water, retreat of water, reuse of water, and that system make available the water for camels and for 2,000 people of Jaisalmer city. 700 we have. This is the, you can see this Gadsisar Lake. This Gadsisar Lake provide the water because the all land giving by king and all construction giving by the public, civil society, and expenditure giving by the Mahajan. So Raja, Praja or Mahajan, they are the creating the water bodies. That time the water is a really respect and life and the humankind thinking. The Indian human have the faith and respect to the water. So dirty water and clean water never meet. They dirty water make separate and clean water may make separate. And the all function is local by community. Next. uh, the all youth making the resource mapping and all site selection and execution by community. We never take a single pie from any government. We never take a single pie from any corporate. Like Adani and Ambani, we make out to my reason. No Coca-Cola allowed to the taking the water. So we fight for the water for the community. So we give the right to the community. We make a water communitization. We stop the privatization of water and we not allow. And due to that struggle and fight, my community feel the ownership and belongingness on water and the managing. So community always manage, but when they feel the honor, when they feel the belongingness, that time they can do. So all 11,800 small water body I created in last 40 years. Continuously in last 40 years, the all water body made by the community. Site selection, execution, local material we are using. Next. We use the natural engineering and natural technology. Where the steep slope, we make a convex design dam. The all material is local. 40 feet height, but the no iron, no cement, no concrete. The all local material. Next. Where the natural depression, we make a concave design. Where the gentle slopes, we make a straight design. So this is the natural engineering we are using. Next. Due to the 13,800 water bodies, 250,000 well recharge, 1,700,000 people come back, reverse migration from the city to rural. Now they are doing agriculture. When the water come, the rest thing people can do. So if you make your urban area safe, so first you stop the migration from rural to urban. If you are not working on the migration and displacement from the rural to urban, you can't do anything. You can't get success. You can't do any climate change adaptation and mitigation. First thing for the climate change adaptation and mitigation is stop migration in rural area. You provide the water there. They can do the agriculture. They can take the employment. आज भारत की जवानी, भारत का पानी, गांव छोड़ के शहर की तरफ जाता है. If our voter, if our youth moving to rural to urban, so the urban population increasing. What you create for the urban? So this is the problem first. Stop migration in rural area to urban. Next. When I start the work in 90s, 80s in beginning, that time my all well is dry, all river is dry. Now my river is flowing. You can see the contracts. Next. The same site. The first flight is 1985, second is 2000. Just the both slide in the 20th February. In the February, flowering my mustard. You can see the flowering in mustard. So the both photo is in the month of February. You can see the contracts of the river. Next. That slide is the origin of the river, and that is the end of the river. Now this river is perennial, flowing with water. Next. You see, when my award, Stockholm Water Prize announced, so the lot of scientists and engineers not comfortable, fighting, and the complaining to Rajendra Singh is not the water engineer. He is not a water scientist. He is not a water chemist. So why that award moving to him? So the lot of opposition. So government of India gave the responsibility to the remote sensing center Hyderabad, and they done the impact of my all work. The all water bodies, GIS, and you can see the difference. In 1994 and 2014 March. How much greenery increase? These immense increase in vegetation is clearly in this region. This is the report of the government of India Remote Sensing Center, Hyderabad. Next. If we want the urban area is safe, so we start from the rural area, from village to river basin. The water is climate and climate is water. Without water, you can't make change. Next. When I start the work, so that time the marble mining going on in the all Aravali region, dolomite, sand mine, all mining. So I fight the case in Supreme Court, and Delhi, Haryana, Rajasthan and Gujarat, 4 states we stop the mining. And that time the heat waves going on. Now the mining is stopped in the Aravali and changing the area. And next slide. That time only the waters and rains coming in the green area. Very much near of my area, a small patch of Sariska Tiger project. So there is the rains, but my area is the under mining, so no rains. But we create the continuously water bodies. The water body is not invite the clouds. The water body is not making the ecosystem favorable for the rains. So what we done? You see, next. That time the heat waves. So my all people singing song. बादल तो आते हैं मेरे गांव में, पर बरसते नहीं है वो, रूठ कर चले जाते हैं कहां मैं नहीं जानती. जिस दिन से बादलों ने रूठना शुरू किया, मेरा बेटा और बहू भी रूठ कर दिल्ली चले गए, माइग्रेट हो गए विदाउट वाटर. अभी क्या हुआ? नेक्स्ट. Due to these water bodies, rains is not coming. So, where the rains, we divert the water in my water bodies. Next slide. Yes. So, water, now my water body is perennial. Well is recharged. Agriculture is start. So, reverse migration is start. People come from the city to rural area. Now the singing the different song. अब बादल आते हैं मेरे गांव में, बरसते हैं मेरे खेतों पर, पानी आ गया है मेरे कुएं में. जिस दिन से पानी आया मेरे कुएं में, मेरा बेटा और मेरे बेटे की बहू भी लौट आए हैं घर. अब करते हैं वो खेती. खेती से आई है हरियाली, हरियाली से आई है मेरे जीवन में खुशहाली. अब मुझे मालूम है कि मेरा बुढ़ापा अच्छे से गुजरेगा. नेक्स्ट. The micro cloud formation start due to the greenery. Red heat gone. Yes, micro clouds invite to the macro clouds from Arabian Sea. Next. Next slide. Yes. When the micro and macro meet, both is discharged. Next. Yes. Rain is coming. Next. You can see not red heat coming on our ground. And red heat gone, green heat increase, blue heat change to the red heat change to the blue heat, and temperature going down to degree centigrade. So this is the impact. This is not the calculation of data, not an equation of data. This is the science with sense. The modern science using when we are making a conceptual model and equation not framing. So we twist the data. So that is a economic science. This is a science with sense. What you see, the climate change adaptation and mitigation in a without big machines. Just change the attitude of my pupil. And due to the change in the attitude of pupil, greenery increase. Rains is coming very good. Next. We stop the, water intensive crop. Our river parliament called Arvari Nadi make linking crop pattern with rain pattern, stop erosion and silting, groundwater recharge, and skill development in efficient use of water. We create a water literacy movement where we are working. First, we are creating a water literacy. And after that, our all work on a sustainable watershed management basis. Next. Yes, I can say the water is climate and climate is water. Before 2015, nobody say. I'm saying from 2009 to Rajendra Pachori. But Rajendra Pachori always says to me, Rajendra, I am not a scientist of water. You explore the scientist of water. So finally, we fight in Paris in 2015. And what we say, that is accepted. And Paris agreements now accept the water is climate and climate is water. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
I have got a question, if I'm allowed.
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
you
Yes.
can raise the question, sir.
Very, very passionate and from heart coming and very technically. But I'm Jagdish Barwani with NCR Planning Board, Director, Administration and Finance here. I have got a topic of water. Yes, water is climate. climate is water, well got. But you said migration, we should stop. My question is, see, migration, now you see, we are developing economy. If we stop migration, now see everywhere in country, what we are seeing, agriculture is contributing to 15-16% of the GDP, 44-45% of workforce is there. So compared to the industry and service, per capita productivity is very less. So how we will take our people from lower income to middle income group if we keep them in lower productivity industry, that is agriculture. See, 15% GDP is coming from agriculture of 40, where our labor force is 46%. So kindly, I am not able to understand if migration, why we should stop migration. We should.
If you want a self-reliance country, if you want a self-sufficiency for everyone, so the first priority of India, where more than 50% people living in the rural area, so there we can provide the all needed water, soil, we can make a prosperous soil where they can create a production increase. So the GDP game is a different game. I am not moving to the GDP game. GDP game I never like. I like the real prosperity of my people in the villages. If you are doing something in the villages, your urban area makes safe life. Your urban area a prosperous and peaceful, and my rural area also peaceful and prosperous. So we can move on two equal, दोनों बराबर के पहियों पर चलना होगा भैया, तब भारत स्वावलंबी होगा, तब भारत क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से हटेगा. आपका फोकस केवल जीडीपी के खेल में जाएगा तो ये भारत कभी सेल्फ रिलायंट नहीं होगा.
मेरा ये है कि हम उसकी इनकम, देखिए केवल पानी बहुत अर्जेंट इंपॉर्टेंट एलिमेंट है, मैं आपकी बात से पूरा वो हूँ सहमत 100%. बट केवल हम इसके लिए माइग्रेशन रोक दें, मतलब ठीक है बाकी सब प्रोडक्टिव रहिए, पर आप जो माइग्रेशन कह रहे हैं रोक दें. मैं कह रहा हूँ माइग्रेशन तो करें जिससे इंडस्ट्री में आए और उनकी इनकम बढ़े. बिकॉज अकेला पानी नहीं होता, पानी के बाद तो रोटी कपड़ा मकान भी चाहिए.
देखिए मैं आपसे बिल्कुल आपत्ति नहीं रखता, जहां रोजगार मिलता हो ये परस्परावलंबन है, परस्परावलंबन है. यदि लोगों को शहर में आप क्लाइमेट चेंज की दृष्टि से क्लाइमेट सिक्योरिटी दे सकते हैं, हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी दे सकते हैं, हैबिटेशन की सिक्योरिटी दे सकते हैं, फूड वाटर एम्प्लॉयमेंट की सिक्योरिटी दे सकते हैं, तो आप शहर में लोगों को ले आइए, मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. मुझे प्रॉब्लम है कि आज शहरों में ना क्लाइमेट सिक्योरिटी है, ना हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी है, ना फूड सिक्योरिटी है, ना वाटर सिक्योरिटी है. आप कच्ची बस्तियों में चले जाइए, लोगों की जिंदगी देखिए कैसी है शहरों में. इसलिए जज साहब मैं तो आपसे इतना ही कहूंगा कि आप यदि भारत को स्वावलंबी और आत्मनिर्भर बनाना चाहते हैं तो हमें गांव को सेल्फ सफिशिएंट, ग्राम स्वराज, महात्मा गांधी की सीख से हम भारत को स्वावलंबी और सस्टेनेबल और सनातन विकास के रास्ते पर आगे लेके जा सकते हैं. भारत की सस्टेनेबिलिटी एक तरह से क्लाइमेटिक सिक्योरिटी है. भारत की सस्टेनेबिलिटी विदाउट क्लाइमेटिक सिक्योरिटी पॉसिबल नहीं है सर. इसलिए यदि भारत को आप सेल्फ रिलायंट बनाना चाहते हैं तो आपको गांव भी और शहर भी इन दोनों को बराबर आगे बढ़ाना होगा. तो आपका जो प्रेशर है आपके अर्बन एरिया पर और आगे आने वाले टाइम में वो क्लाइमेटिक रिफ्यूजी और हैबिटेशन की प्रॉब्लम होने वाली है. जब अभी 72% अंडरग्राउंड एक्यूफर ओवरड्राफ्ट हो गया है भारत का, जब और ड्राफ्ट होगा तो आप सोच लीजिए कितना माइग्रेशन आपके शहर में आएगा. इसलिए मैं ये कह रहा हूँ, बहुत विनम्रता पूर्वक कह रहा हूँ कि गांव के लोगों को गांव में रोजगार दो, उनको क्लाइमेट सिक्योरिटी, फूड सिक्योरिटी, वाटर सिक्योरिटी और सस्टेनेबिलिटी और उनका सनातन विकास का रास्ता उनको पकड़ा दो, तो आपके शहर बचे रहेंगे, आपके शहर बचे रहेंगे। नहीं तो आपके हो जाएंगे। इसलिए हम दोनों को बचाना चाहते हैं।
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As a social scientist, you have demonstrated your concept, and it is on that. It is on the field. Thank you so much for your.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Any
आपको
queries?
कभी कुछ और सवाल पूछना हो तो कभी भी पूछ लेना। Thank you very much.
Yeah, any queries from our participants may be raised at the end of the session, sir. Yes, we will move on to the last speaker today. Yes, Dr. Umamaheshwaran from NIUA, National Institute of Urban Affairs. He is the head for Urban Resilience Unit and the head Climate Center for Cities. It is called C-Cube. So he is an expert in this field, and he has been advising Government of India on the various issues and the efforts to be taken. This center was formed at NIUA very recently with the aim to act as a one-stop solution for climate-informed urban development action. So without waiting and dragging further, we will request our Dr. Umamaheshwaran sir to start his presentation. Please, sir.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and a very warm welcome to all of you, and a good evening to all the fellow participants in this particular event. It's a pleasure being here, and thanks to AMDA for giving me this opportunity to take you through some of the efforts which we are doing at the national level with respect to urban climate actions. So without further ado, I'll just share my screen. Just let me know if you're all able to see my screen. Is my screen visible? Okay, great. So I know there's been a series of speakers before me who has been taking you all through climate change and all aspects of mitigation, adaptation, and what is needed at various scales. And why we need to talk about this is because as we are moving from the 2020 towards 2030, the Sustainability Development Goal, I think India's situation, geographic situation when it comes to risk and vulnerability is quite high. And the geoclimatic zone and also our resource availability is not giving us sufficient leeway in terms of looking at alternatives, but looking in terms of how we can manage with the current scenario. And the scenario is not something which emerged because of I would say in the recent past there's been more debate around climate change. But if you look at the India's geographical position, we have a huge coastline which is prone to cyclones. And of course, we are also prone to earthquakes. India itself formed because of the geotectonic activities. And of course, because of these two things, there have been floods and there have been drought. And recently, there's been heat wave. Actually, if you overlay heat wave, pretty much 80% of the country is in the vulnerable areas. So what climate change is actually bringing about, it is amplifying it. And this is not, we are not really talking about the change per se. What we are experiencing right now is the variability. So we do get uneven monsoons leading to intense extreme weather events, and this is a picture from 2020. And in some places where we are starting to see flooding occurring at a much more frequent level. One is because of the intensity of the storm. Two, it is also because of the kind of service delivery and the kind of urban system which we are building for ourselves. And this includes the impervious surfaces and things like that. Actually, if you look at this particular picture, this picture was taken in 2017. So we all know about the Chennai water crisis in 2019. But what we think that it was something which emerged all of a sudden in one fine year. Of course, the intensity of the event was quite high. The rains were pretty bad, and there wasn't sufficient storage within the reservoir because of it. And of course, that led to a huge crisis in 2019. But if you look at post 2015, 2016, when the Chennai was going through a drought-like situation, people, water scarcity was pretty much an issue, not, for the whole of the city, but certain segments, certain populations were still struggling for meeting their day-to-day water resources. And we don't really have to wait for that 1 feet, 1 meter, sea level rise. We are actually starting to see this kind of an impact across some of the coastal areas in India, and this is very severe or of serious concerns, especially in our island states of Lakshadweep and Andaman and Nicobar. But it's also affecting some of our coastal regions quite drastically. And 2001 was a severe heat wave, but 2002, I'm sure that it was equally worse, if not bad. This was an image which shows that 47.2 degrees in Delhi. It's a little bit older image, but in 2022, Delhi broke that record. It reached 48 degrees. And the situation in many of the other parts of the country, especially in the arid zone and in the desert zones and states like Gujarat and Rajasthan, the situation is much, much worse, and people are exposed to it. Close to 80% of the population, India's population, did experience heat wave this summer. And in addition to it, of course, we are having some added challenges, and which are having impact on GDP and so on and so forth. And our biodiversity loss is also quite considerable. As we go towards urbanization, I think the wetlands or what they define in some of the areas as barren lands, which is supposed to be the places where there used to be a huge amount of biodiversity and the huge amount of storage for water. Especially there used to be floodplains, or there used to be places where it used to provide respite during these hot summer months, and also reduce the urban heat island effect. But right now, as we are moving towards urbanization, this aspect is also something which is changing. So of course, India is a fast-growing economy, and we are also aspiring to reach the $5 trillion quite soon. And the government of India is well aware of what is needed for development, and there are different programs and national level initiatives which are currently underway. I'm not going to take you through all of them, but all are targeted towards how do we enable the cities to become better, and how can we make it how can we improve the quality of life for urban citizens. In addition to it, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs have also recently taken several initiatives to at least manage some of these challenges, which includes urban flooding. There's a standard operating procedure which was launched in 2017, 2018, and recently river-centric master planning system. And this is something which NIUA is doing as part of the Namami Gange, where instead of looking at river as a separate element, why can't we plan our cities around the river or centered around the river, and with the key focus given to the water bodies and also the green areas around it. And of course, there are also initiatives which are currently being undertaken to monitor the air quality, so that we can take some strategic plans and actions. And of course, not only building these low-income housing, but also taking into consideration how we can also make it much more sustainable in terms of the current climate and issues. So we have the Econivers Samita, and we also are working towards the India Cooling Action Plan, which is also focused towards urban areas. So in this particular context, I just want to take you through one of the small initiatives of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, which is the establishment of the Climate Center for Cities. And since 2019, what we have been doing, even though the center was established during the COVID in 2020, but this was based on an initial pilot which was done in 2019. We developed a framework to help city officials, either it is the municipal commissioner or even city engineers, and to look in terms of how they can look at climate change not as one-off event, or not when a disaster or a shock strikes them, but as a part of their day-to-day activities, and how we can enable our urban local bodies to report not only to their state governments and in terms of their action, but also report to the global frameworks and also the global initiatives where India is being part of. So to understand that, we started with a simple vision of building climate actions in cities. We have been talking about climate change, climate impacts, climate vulnerability, climate variability, but the key idea for setting up this center and also initiating this framework is how can we look at climate variability and change not as a one-off initiative, not as only, I'll come to that, not as one particular project, but as a lens through which we can actually evaluate all our urban initiatives, infrastructure development, and so on and so forth, so that whatever we are investing in today are safeguarded and do provide, the same amount of service to the citizens in 2050 and 2060 and, in time to come. The second main aspect of having this center is to create a platform where multiple stakeholders can come together and share the knowledge, share the resources, and also help cities in the process. Because many a times we have realized that while there is a bit of a connect between various multilaterals, bilaterals, and also development banks working on city-level projects and initiatives and investments, unfortunately, there is a lot of repetition in terms of creating an understanding or creating a long-term action plan where these sub-projects can fit in together. Many a times, one agency is not aware of what the other agency is doing, and many a times what kind of actions the city has taken, the documentation gets lost. So how can we create a platform and a process through which cities and city officials can start incorporating climate change as a part of their day-to-day activities, especially within, so we have identified 5 key sectors, which include urban planning, green cover, biodiversity, energy, green building, mobility, air quality, water management, and waste management. Within it, there are 28 sub-indicators through which we assess how the cities are performing, and there are 98 data points across these 28 sub-indicators which cities have been reporting on. So we have had 2 levels of reporting, and the first one was in 2019, and the second one was in 2020 and 2021. And right now we are going towards the third assessment, which is currently underway. And it is not something which we came up on our own. It is the inputs to the assessment and also the inputs to the evaluation of what cities are doing is being supported by a huge network of partners, officials, professionals, and also experts who are providing inputs to not only to the assessment, but also enabling cities in identifying and improving their climate actions. In the last year, 126 cities took place, more than, it covers more than 140 million in terms of the population. It included smart cities, it included Amrut cities, and it also included capital cities and cities with 50 million plus population, 10 lakh, 50 lakh plus population. And what we realized from this particular assessment is that, cities don't want to be ranked or scored when it comes to climate actions. And we found it that that's very, very useful, because what cities want to know is what they can do next, what they can improve upon. So for us, we don't provide a rank to the city. What we provide is a star rating level, 1 star to 5 star. 1 star is a city which has not yet started thinking about climate change. 2-star cities are the ones which have started forming committees and platforms for multiple stakeholders to interact, and have also started collecting the data. So pretty much, it provides a kind of a initial encouragement to other partners and donors to actually come and work with cities, because they have already created the platform. And the 3-star cities are the ones where they have plans in place, they have strategies in place, they have identified not as a one single project, but they have identified things in a holistic level, at a macro level, from the master planning scale to the municipal corporation level or the urban local body boundaries. And the 4-star cities are the ones who have allocated budgets and have started implementing actions. And the 5-star cities are the ones who are able to show impacts based on the action. And what those development stage indicators have done to the cities are, many times we do hear people coming up and saying that we don't have funds, we need additional funds for doing climate projects. At least the first 3 aspects, for doing the first 3 levels, cities don't need much funds. And that gives them an encouragement that they can at least do some minimal things to help them come up with a strategy which is long term, and which is not for a short term period of 6 to 10 months or 12 months, which is defined by most project proposals. But irrespective of that, what we have realized is majority of the cities are in level 1 and level 2. If you look at it, in India, 95 cities out of 126 cities are either not thinking about climate change, are at the early stage of thinking about climate change. And thanks to city champions, city leaders, either it be mayors, either it be commissioners, either it be smart city CEOs, they have at least started thinking about it. So they are at the early stage of forming some things. But what we have realized is there are cities which are progressive. Cities like Surat, Indore, Ahmedabad, Pune, Vijayawada, Rajkot are quite progressive, not only in terms of the thinking, but they have moved further by allocating budget, allocating resources. And what it does is, it is actually creates a chain reaction, or a circular effect. When they allocate budget, the donors feel comfortable in investing in them more, so they get actually additional resources. And of course, there are also level 3 cities where quite a bit of them, since our 2019 assessment, if you look at it, there were only 4 cities in 3-star level. Now it has moved to 22 cities. That is, majority of the cities have started thinking about it. Of course, in 2 stars we had 25 cities. Now we have moved to 64 cities. So there are more number of cities that started feeling comfortable with the framework reporting on climate actions, and not only in terms of ranking and grading. So what are cities doing as a part of this whole initiative? Of course, we do provide a lot of training, capacity building, and also help cities access funds. But cities have managed to allocate budget for rejuvenation and conservation of water. I was hearing the previous speaker. I think water is a very, very critical resources. Many of the water bodies which were in the urban areas are in a state where it requires rejuvenation. And many of the cities have also lost its water bodies. So it's important that how do we conserve the existing ones, and also how do we rejuvenate the ones which are in a state which are no longer existing. The second thing is, cities have also started improving around green cover. So there is an URDPFI mandate for others. There is a national level guideline, which planning guideline, based on which most of the master plans across the country are being formed. So there is a simple mandate that is 12% of the urban area needs to be green, mostly plantation in terms of trees or gardens, or where infiltration of water can happen. Out of 126 cities, only 65 cities have 12% of green covers. And this is something which is a very, very important thing. But now we know which cities are not achieving it. So whenever they do their plantation drive, we say to them that, it's not something which you do once in a month or once in a year, but it is something which you need to hold on, so that on a year-to-year basis or on a 2 to 3 year basis, one is able to see the improvement in terms of the percentage green cover. The same also goes for Biodiversity Management Committee. We do have an act, but only 62 cities out of the 126 are adhering to that. But I'm happy to say that we are not in a very, very bad state. Cities have started preparing disaster management plan. Cities have also started doing vulnerability assessment and also greenhouse gas emission. And many a times cities wonder why they need to do it. So if we look at the 2-star cities in terms of their performance for energy and green building, they consume close to 1,700 kilowatt hour of energy per capita per annum. Whereas if you look at our progressive cities, they end up consuming 1/5. The same it goes for fuel consumption. Cities which are progressing well in terms of their public system spaces, mobility, and so on and so forth, their per capita consumption of fuel also comes down drastically, 5x. And there are options of transformations within the city, like 10 cities in India where more than 15% of their electricity needs are coming from renewable energy. Even smaller cities like Diu and Daman, where their complete 100% of their daytime electricity is coming from renewable energy. And also in the recent past, over the last 3 years, majority of the cities, 88 cities, have converted all their street lighting to either renewable energy operated or to LED based street lights. And this is done on a simple PPP based arrangement. And of course, there are a lot of cities which have established green building cells and are actively promoting it. Pretty much all the states have green building cells as of today. So as we are moving towards, it's important to realize that it's a long way to go. Only 19 cities have achieved the national air quality standards out of 126, and only 14 cities have a minimum of 35% of NMT, that is non-motorized transport, within the road coverage. So what does that mean? Only 35% of the city can be covered walking or by cycling. The rest of the city, you need some kind of a vehicle or motion to actually even walk along those lanes. And only 21 cities have achieved the SLB standards for public transport. And many of the cities do not even have air quality monitoring stations within this city periphery. So we have a long way to go, but I'm positive that in order to create these things, it may not be necessary that everything needs to be done by the city government. City government providing a right platform for multi-stakeholders to engage can enable that transformation in a very short time. We are also identifying few PPP arrangements and also certain bankable projects through which cities can identify these gap funding. The other key thing which we are currently focusing is data and information-based decision making. Many of the cities find that more useful, that where they need to target actions, where they need to target their investments, and so on and so forth. And also this comes very much in handy whenever a disaster takes place. I think many of the integrated command and control center, when the COVID started, it was close to 30. And right now, the ministry has financed around 60. And by next year, there's going to be close to 100 cities having integrated command and control center. And at least this can help in minimizing the loss, at least from these extreme events. So these are the positive aspects, and of course, this is not being done alone. I think behind me there are close to 72 institutions which have partnered with the Climate Center for Cities, and more than 110 cities have been provided with some kind of support, including handholding support or funding support or donor engagement support, as a part of it. So it's a very new, I would say it's a child which has started walking. It's been 3 years since our inception, and we are in the third phase of our assessment. And many of your cities where you're from are going to be part of this particular assessment, which is currently ongoing. And I hope that this benefits all, and also this helps people look at climate change or not as a mystic thing, or whenever a heat wave strikes or whenever a flood strikes, but look at climate change or climate actions. I wouldn't say climate change, climate actions as something which they can do as a part of the development activities, as a part of the integrated approach, and also as a part of the sustainable approach. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much, but we'll be happy to be taking few questions as part of the discussion session.
Thank you so much, sir, Dr. Umamaheshwaran, sir. So you have covered all the issues, and especially ranking of cities or not grading of cities, all these things, and the initiatives on by the cities, and where we are, where our cities are, and what is to be done. So that guidelines, of course, these are all great input for us, and of course, this is for all the participants. Now we open for the discussion. Our participants may raise their queries, clarifications if they want, please.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Introduce yourself.
Sir, Sam from Trivandrum Smart City, sir.
Please.
Sir, how can we evaluate our present scenario and improve our climate readiness for our smart cities? Is there any tools or mechanism where we can evaluate ourselves and improve the things which we are lacking? So there was a lot of discussion coming from other smart cities. So how can we evaluate that one from our end? Is there any tool or agency which we can approach?
This is to Dr. Umamaheshwaran, sir.
Okay. So yes, there are tools where you can self-evaluate city's trajectory and also the project performance. We have one within our portal. So if you go to CCube, NIUA, National Institute of Urban Affairs and Climate Center for Cities, I'll just post the link on the chat box. You can check out the tool. That is a quick, easy to use tool, but of course there are several other tools, and if you're looking for anything specific, do let us know. We also provide a regular training and capacity building across all the 28 indicators. So if you want to improve on any of one of the indicator or one of the thematics, we'll be happy to have you join us in our training program. Most of our training programs are online. They are 2-hour module based, so it won't take much of your time, and it keeps happening round the clock. And we do also have regional partners providing training in the regional language. So if you're comfortable with that, then you can also take part in that. So I'll paste the link of what we are doing and also the tool. You can check it out at a later stage.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the information.
There was another query. One of our participants, MD, I mean, he was a managing director. He raised that nothing is visible. Yeah, we will upload all the PPTs in our website. All our participants may look into, and whoever wants may download and refer for further references. Okay, this for the information. And any other clarifications or queries from participant side, please. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. If there is no query, we may close this session. Thank you very much, sir, Dr. Umamaheshwaran. So you are busy, and the last week you were completely away from the country, and we were continuously trying to contact you. Anyhow, you responded, and with a good presentation on your effort, NIUA side efforts. So this is a good lesson, and of course, AMDA is placing a platform. AMDA is functioning as a platform to bring all our stakeholding departments, especially municipal authorities, development authorities, and the other stakeholding officials on a common platform to discuss the issues related to our urban development, especially the climate change challenges and mitigation point. So that is how this program was organized, and I should thank this time to our respected chairperson, who is secretary rank officer. She last minute she was not able to join. She said, "Please go ahead. She will be joining." However, she was not able to join, and she was so interested to have this program. So that is our participation. Our speakers list have been finalized, and we thank our chairperson, Madam Archana Agarwal, IAS. Then we also thank our presenter, Shri Radhakrishnan sir, Radhakrishnan IAS, Commissioner, Nagpur Municipal Corporation, who has briefed about complete all the efforts of the Nagpur Municipal Corporation. On the same line, we thank our Commissioner, Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, Lokesh Kumar sir, and the Additional Commissioner, Badhavath Santhosh, IAS, who presented the case study about Hyderabad. Followed by the presentation by Delhi, the member secretary, Dr. K.S. Jayachandran, IFS sir. So he briefed about all the efforts taken in various sectors at Delhi from pollution control point of view. And of course, we were not able to have the presentation of our Govt Municipal Development Authority, Govt Development Authority case study. However, we had the opportunity to hear from our the Waterman of India, that is Dr. Rajendra Singh sir. So it was a nice experience and exposure, and his concept, evidences, and advocacy. So that is also taken note of. And finally, Dr. Umamaheshwaran sir from NIUA. Thank you so much. I thank all the respected speakers for having spent their time to stay and present. Thank you very much. If any queries, clarifications received from any of our participants, we will definitely forward to you for clarification from yours, so that those participants will get clarified. And all the presentations will be uploaded in our AMDA website for any of our officials or the members or the participants who are interested to know about these things, and they can browse and check and all these things. So thank you very much for your cooperation and the coordination with AMDA. AMDA is one of the pioneering agency functioning about 40 years, right from 1983 to till date. It is working for the municipal authorities and the development authorities in the whole India. Thank you very much. Thank you.